rain over broad areas. There's a medium to high 40 to 70% chance for heavy showers, thunderstorms in varying locations. Let's hope Trinidad, the Queen's Park Oval is not a varying location. I'm Colin Murray, and good morning once again, wherever you may be picking up this broadcast. With me starting the broadcast this morning is none other than Sean Devers. Sean, interesting position here. Unfortunately, we lost an entire day yesterday to rain, so it's now become a 3-day game. Might be very difficult for a team to maybe push for an outright.
Yes, well, good morning to everybody. Good morning to you, Colin. And the coach of the Guyana team, Ethan Crandon, was telling me yesterday that they were disappointed that yesterday was washed out, but obviously nothing they could do. That's God work. But he said they will try to dismiss Trinidad as quickly as possible and bat as long as possible, because there is no real winner in this game.
Well, here is the first delivery from Kimo Paul, just angling down the leg side, and Gabriel was trying to turn it down to find leg. Ball just came off the pad. Yeah, well, I would have thought that he may have tried to get maybe if he can
I would
get...
add something else
Yeah.
that he said.
Okay.
He said that if they make a big score
By the end of today?
yeah, they can bowl Trinidad out, because Trinidad over the last couple of matches
haven't batted well.
haven't batted well.
Yeah, well, here's Kimo Paul. Gabriel is going to get a single. Looked very competent playing that delivery just off the pad, just towards a backward square. So he's off and running this morning. He goes to 5. The total on to 204 for 9 brings Terence Hines. Oh, I must admit, he's only on 9, but he's faced 26 deliveries, and he's looked very comfortable while doing that. He has no major alarms, and we'll have to wait and see just how he shapes up this morning. So Kimo Paul, 5 for 42 so far, trying to get his 6th wicket, which in fact, Sean, will be his best figures.
No,
picking up
6 for 28.
He's
That
6
was
for
a big
28.
So
Yeah.
this would be more runs.
More runs,
Yeah.
right. With that 6 for 28 was against who? Do you recall?
I think it was against Jamaica.
Jamaica?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought he bowled very well on the first day, Kimo Paul. Bowled well within himself, and his line was good, his length was good. There's Terence Hines getting his first run of the morning, just comfortably coming on the front foot and just guiding it out towards that deep point position, and he picks up a single. So the first couple of deliveries, the two batsmen look very composed at the moment. Like the look of Terence Hines. They told me he bowled very, very well in the last game that Trinidad played against Barbados. He picked up 5 wickets.
Well, again, almost giving Hines the single so they could get the ball at Gabriel.
Yeah. Here's Paul. And Gabriel is hitting it in the air, but luckily it didn't carry to the man at mid-on. Gabriel fancies that shot, tries to go over the top. Well, he's a number 11. You would expect that of a number 11. And Shannon Gabriel, one or two people have complained to me that over the years, he's not improved in terms of his batting.
Well, he's going to try to get as much runs as possible today, and he's going to play some shots. It's the last pair, and I want to see how long they can prolong the innings.
He's beaten. That's a good delivery. That's the type of delivery Kimo Paul should be bowling to the number 11, except it's a little too good for Shannon Gabriel to get the edge. It pitched, hit the seam, and just moved away beautifully and beat the outside edge. If Shannon Gabriel got an edge, you'd be really surprised. It just did a little too much.
And Paul has bowled not only well on the first day, he's bowled well throughout this tournament. He's gotten 18 wickets now, the 3rd leading bowler, and the best fast bowler in terms of wicket taking.
That's a delivery just cutting into him. So Gabriel handled it well. So the end of the over, the first over of the morning, and Kimo Paul still has 5 for 43, and Terence Hines will be in strike.
So if you've just joined us, overnight the Red Force 203 for 9 with Solozano 72 and Jason Mohammed 68. In fact, they featured in 118 partnership. But At one stage, they were 178 for 2, but lost their next 7 wickets for just 21 runs. So that's why they ended at 203 for 9. Kimo Paul, the architect of destruction, he had 5 for 41 coming into today, and Moti supporting with 2 for 35. But the man who started the slide was Cameron in only his 3rd match. He removed Jason Mohammed for 68, and then at 178 for 2, it all fell apart.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well, actually, Cameron. He didn't try to bowl too quickly. He came round the wicket to the left-handed. Solozano bowled over the wicket to the right-handed Mohammed. And what I liked about him was he bowled a good line, he bowled a good length, he moved the ball. And, of course, he got one to leave Jason Mohammed as Pumal starts his first over. Yeah, he got one to leave Jason, and a good low catch by Leon Johnson.
For a slip, and that was a good catch, and that started the slide, as I said. It's a long time we haven't seen Pumal bowl. He's now bowling his 22nd over, and he's not yet taking a wicket. He's bowled very frugal, though, none for 25.
Yeah, that's right. He's been very tight, and I think the batsmen have been very watchful against him. They haven't taken chances against him, and he really and truly, he hasn't bowled very many bad balls. And the bad balls he has bowled, he's been put away. But other than that, he's bowled around the wicket to the right-hander, and he's bowled good line, good length. And there's Hines just working this ball towards mid-wicket. They're thinking of 2. There's absolutely no way they can get a second there as Chandra Paul comes in to do the fielding. So just a single for Hines. He goes to 11. Total on to 206 for 9. Brings Gabriel. So this should be an interesting matchup. Terence Hines coming down the track to obviously have a word with Shannon Gabriel.
He was in maybe 2 minds in going for the single there. He tried to get a second, but then realized too late that Chandra Paul was sprinting off the boundary.
Well, it's going to be interesting how Gabriel deals with Pumal. I just can't see him playing too many deliveries from Pumal, forward defensive or even backward defensive.
The man at long on is pushed right back, and the mid-off is in.
Yeah, well, I think if Gabriel is, I haven't seen Gabriel try to go over the top, over mid-off. I think most of the time he's going to look to go over mid-on.
So we're told by those at Diego Martin, wet spots on the pitch.
Oh my word.
And at the Brian Lara Stadium. So no play so far. Feel good though.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So the Brian Lara Academy as well, there is some wet spots on the pitch.
Yeah, but the outfield is very good.
Well,
no problems with the outfield, just the pitch, both
just
venues.
Just some covering issues.
Nice defensive shot there by Hart.
He surprised. He surprised me. Well, it's only 2 deliveries he had to face, so he handled them well. But I can't see him playing an over out like that if Pumal has to bowl an entire over to Gabriel. But we'll wait and see, because Terence Hines had a chat with him. And Terence Hines obviously very concerned, because Hines wants to carry on a little bit and would be concerned that Gabriel is going to give his hand away.
And even though Kimo Paul is bowling faster and getting the ball to move away, it would be easier for Gabriel to play Hines than play Pumal, because the slow bowler, you need to think more which shot to play. You have more time in your mind to make a mistake. So he would want Gabriel to face Pumal, and he takes
Kimo Paul?
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look at Paul into Hines. Hines has looked good, actually. He's coming at number 8, I think, he in the order. But yeah, he's coming at number 8. But he's looked very, very competent. He's a good player. He's all-rounder here with Queen's Park Cricket Club, and known as a really a bit of a shotgun in terms of he loves to play shots, loves to get on with the game, goes over the top. That's another good shot.
Yeah,
he loves to go over the top. As can be seen with the field, when you look at this field for Kimo Paul, he's got a deep backward square leg, he's got a deep mid-wicket, and he's got a long on. I would say about 3/4 way back to the boundary. So it tells you that these guys, they know him and they know of his ability.
Give him a single also.
Well, I'm not too sure on that, Sean, because then why not beaten the men on the offside? You've got a cover, you've got a mid-off. Send them back if you want to give him the single. He's guiding this one past the gully. It's going to run away to the boundary, this outfield. Even though we had showers all of yesterday, it's still a quick outfield, and that runs into the boundary for 4. I just think they know the capability of Terence Hines, and they know that he's going to look to go over the top. He's looking to go high over mid-wicket, and they've done the homework with him, and they're actually preventing him from playing those shots. Now, the argument to that is, well, why bring in the field? Give him the opportunity. Let him try to go over the top and see what happens.
But that's protection for the boundary. And also, if he wants to play it on the ground, he'd get a single and he'd expose Gabriel.
Yeah, that's correct.
So they've got 2 slips on the gully, hoping that he drives. Plays a booming drive and edges.
Well, that may very well be the thinking behind Leon Johnson and Kimo Paul. It's a good delivery. No, I thought that was a single, but waited a little too late before he took off, and so it was never on in the end. The Gudakesh Moti there at that long on position. Now it's going to be interesting if they will.
2 balls left.
Right. So let's look at the situation. They're not bringing in the field. They're still keeping that deep mid-wicket. They're still long on. That was a single, and I can't understand why they didn't take it. So I don't think they're too worried about giving Terence Hines a single. And looks, he's going to get it now. So it means that Gabriel's just has 1 ball to face. Hines goes to 16. 2-11 now for 9.
If there's one criticism, constructive criticism with Leon Johnson, he allows the lower order too many free runs, and most times the lower order makes a big partnership against the Guyana Harpies in the last few years. Remember Maxwell?
I was here. I saw it with my own eyes. And Maxwell was, I mean, it was one of those days, Sean, when a tail ender would come in and everything would come off the middle. And when it didn't come off the middle, it dropped short of the fieldsman. But it's the end of the over from Kimo Paul. So he's completed his 19th over, 5 for 48. Hines is 16. He has the strike. And Gabriel is on 5. And no doubt Veerasamy Pomal is going to continue.
Well, beautiful sunny Friday morning here in Port of Spain. When I looked at the forecast yesterday, the young lady said there would be rain up to 2 o'clock today.
Well, yes, the clouds took a turn. It went left and went somewhere. It's left us. But I don't think we will be spared of the showers based on the forecast. Sometime during the course of today, I'm sure we're going to get some. Unfortunately, we're going to get some showers. But let's hope it's not for too long. And like yesterday, I mean, it rained from 8:30 in the morning right through.
It even started falling overnight.
Yeah. And it just never relented, did it?
Parts of Port of Spain was flooded.
Yeah. I was thinking that even if it had stopped for a while, they would have done, because this outfield is excellent. It's been relayed. So the drying up process is certainly very quick now. And the pitch was properly covered, so it was a situation where once the rain had subsided, we would have been able to do mopping up operations and start, but the rain just never stopped. That's a strange looking shot from Hines. He was backing away, giving the impression he was going to go over cover, and then at the last moment realized he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, he wasn't under the ball to play it over cover, and just then waited in it and dabbed it down towards a backward point. And he was thinking of Gabriel started to go for the single, and then Hines decided against it because it was only the second delivery of the over.
Hines seems more skeptical in giving Gabriel the strike to Pomal because he has to think more. Pomal is a slow bowler. Be more comfortable batting against Kimo Paul. This is a lovely shot. outside the line of the off stump. An attacking shot there from Hines. He goes now to 20, and the total going up to 215 for 9. So Hines taking on Pomal, flighted outside the line of the off stump and hit it between that man on the boundary, that's Cameron at square cover sweeping, and the man at long off, that's Sinclair. So 4 runs through the extra cover boundary. 20 years from 40 balls. This time he's forward, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. So nice sunny conditions here continuing to prevail. We've had about 3 weeks of glorious sunshine, rain yesterday. So of course the grounds would be hard. The field coming in now, almost like a magnet. Hines attracting the fielders in towards him. Everybody except the long on inside the circle. And that's bad feeling there by Pomal. He should have stopped that ball and got the single, Hines. So he will keep the strike. And that's the end of the over. It's 260 now for 9. So 21 to Hines. And Gabriel on 5. So Pomal none for 31, 23 overs completed. So Gabriel will be at the non-strikers end. He's on 5. Hines in strike. He's on 21. Chemo Paul. So far, 5 wickets on this belt. His best bowling is 6 for 28, but even if he gets a 6 wicket haul, the runs would be past that, so it will be second best bowling figures. Good morning to you, Inderjeet.
Good morning, Sean. Hello, listeners. Slow start for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good one for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Paul is in, bowls, that's short, and pulled away. And no ball called, pulled himself out of the line. Easy like a boxer evading a straight right. Rocked the head back. But unfortunately for the Harpy Eagles, Paul overstepped and a no ball.
Yes, and just maybe striving there for extra pace, Chemo Paul, and just overstepping there. He knows he has bowled a no ball. And certainly this is something that plagued his career. But we have seen this season, he bowled a few, but has improved significantly in that area.
And he comes, bowls on the line of the leg stump, worked off the hip, and indecision there for the batsman Hines. He's caught in 2 minds. Go for the single, expose Gabriel, and then he realized that maybe it's easier to play a faster bowler than a spinner, and so he went for the single. It was down towards long leg, and he got 1. He goes now to 22. Gabriel has to face 5 deliveries because the first one was a no ball.
Yes, so we're going to see this is going to be interesting. We saw Gabriel not yesterday, on the first day, spanking Paul over long on for a boundary. Tried to repeat the shot this morning. Luckily for him, off Chemo Paul too, it fell short of Gudakesh Moti in that same direction. And now you see that the extra cover Sean is going to be placed at maybe a forward short leg area. That's Akshaya Prasad. So good thinking on the part of Chemo Paul and skipper Leon Johnson.
Yes, I was now saying they got to attack Gabriel more if the best way of ending the partnership is by dismissing one of these batsmen. Gabriel is the weaker of the 2. Attack him. Paul moves in and bowls to Gabriel, and Gabriel is bowled. The stumps are scattered. He's gone for 5. And Trinidad Red Force all out for 218. Hines left not out on 22. He paid the price of exposing Gabriel to Paul. Paul now has 6 for 50. Fine performance from the Essequibian.
And that was beautifully bowled by Chemo Paul. If the doctor is going to order something to relieve you, that is one that he definitely will go for. A delivery pitch short of a good length, right on the leg stump there, I've seen knocked out. So Chemo Paul got his man. That suggests there was some inward movement and Gabriel just outfoxed. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, their innings has closed on 218 from their overnight 203. Gabriel gone for 5. Hines remain not out on 22. What I think has happened here, Trinidad and Tobago, from a position of strength on the first day, 178 for the loss of 2. They squandered the opportunity of putting together a challenging first innings total, 218. That's a dramatic collapse. We remember on day number 1, late in the afternoon, the Red Force, they lost 7 wickets for just 21 runs, from 178 for 2 to 199 for the loss of 9, and that caused their demise.
Yes, they dominated the first session and most of the second session, but in the second session, when Cameron made that breakthrough, dismissing Jason Mohammed for 68, it was then 178 for 3, and that caused a trigger. 7 wickets, as you said, fell for 21 runs, and they were overnight 203 for 9. They're all out now for 218. Hines has looked good. He's left not out on 22. Gabriel has been bowled by Paul, who's picked up his 6 wicket, 6 for 50 from 19.2. Moti, 2 for 35. We didn't see him today.
Yes, certainly. So it is left now on the Red Force bowling attack to go after the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This morning I saw the Red Force team, Sean. They were practicing with football, and right now I'm afraid for Imran Khan. I do not know, but he was playing the football. He got a slide. He went down to the turf. I saw the trainer there. I saw the coach was there. They brought out some water for him. Hand him something in the hand. From this distance, it looked like a painkiller, which he drank, but he was in agony. I'm not too certain how serious it is, but he actually limped off very, very slowly. If he cannot take part for now in this, that surely is going to peg back the Red Force.
Yeah, so Guyana will need to make 218 first of all to surpass the Red Force's 218. So we'll take a break and be back in about 7 minutes or so for continuation of this cricket match.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the Guyana Harpy Eagles just about getting ready to start their reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 218 all out. Man dismissed this morning was Shannon Gabriel. He went bowled by Kimo Paul for 5, and Terrence Hines, he remained at 22 not out. Surprise, surprise, Brian Charles opening the bowling here for the Red Force. There is Terrence Hines, there's Shannon Gabriel, there's Usman Mohammed. But the Red Force decided to open with Brian Charles. Very interesting indeed, Sean Devers.
Yes, well, maybe they just want to take the pace off the ball and bowl a spinner to the left-hander. But I'm surprised also.
Yeah,
when you have somebody as experienced as Shannon Gabriel and you don't use him, well, maybe he will.
Yeah,
come
he's probably
from the
bowled
other
from.
end,
Yeah, he's probably bowled from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, the northern end. Sorry, the southern end. But it must be something that they have decided that maybe Chandapal is a little bit suspect to the off spinner early in his innings. Likes the ball coming onto the bat.
Yes, well, obviously he's an opener and he would like the ball coming onto the bat. But Chandrapal is in sublime form, especially in this restarted round. He's got 140 not out. He's got 184. Those are his only 2 innings so far in this.
No, you missed out one. You missed out the innings.
The 23 from 10 balls.
Yes.
The second innings.
So much not in keeping with his type of
total transformation.
Yeah. No, I wasn't at the game, but a lot of people who were here said that that was the innings that won the game for Guyana.
Yes, that was certainly the innings. He came out at 41 for 5, Guyana needing 68 and in 13 overs, and he came out in the 10th over.
Yeah. Well, so it just shows that maybe when he's ready, he can play his shots and take the momentum away from the bowling team.
But those who've been following his career since as a youngster knows that he can bat positively, but he chooses the bat to preserve his wicket.
Would you continue with him as an opener, or maybe just? And I know he's doing well, but the reason I'm asking the question is because you have said to me that he's a positive player, he can bat. Maybe the stigma of him opening, he just feels that he's got to be a little bit more circumspect in his approach and a little bit more defensive oriented.
No, I don't think so at all. He likes the ball coming onto the bat. When he's opening, he scores easier. He's now finding the gaps, which he didn't do in the past. And he's batting very well at this point. He's got 414 runs. He's got 4 centuries, 2 of them in this tournament here. And also, his first 300s were all unbeaten. The only time he was dismissed was the 184 in Diego Martin against Jamaica.
And he was looking to push it on at that point in time,
and he's only behind Craig Braffett.
Yeah.
He's got 2 centuries also.
Well, he certainly penciled his name in. There's no doubt about it for the first test against Bangladesh. West Indies, of course, touring Holland at the moment in the ODI series, winning the first 2 games. Glad to see let me tell you, I have a lot of time for Brandon King. A couple of years ago, he was scoring runs at will in the CPL. But here's Shannon Gabriel, just as we figured would be operating from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's got 3 slips and a gully, so pretty attacking feel for Shannon Gabriel. Hasn't had the best of tournaments so far is Shannon Gabriel. And against the Leeward Islands, he only picked up 1 wicket in the whole game. And as a matter of fact, that's his only wicket against Barbados. Didn't pick up any. So from 45 overs, he's conceded 164 runs and has only picked up 1 wicket. So he's fighting his way back to some kind of fitness, match fitness. Let's hope he keeps fit and can produce the goods, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but if he's recalled for the West Indies.
Imlak has had a good return also. both matches he's played, he's got half centuries, 53 against Barbados and 79 against Jamaica. The problem with him, well, it's not really a problem because this is just his 5th game. He needs to now start converting those starts into hundreds. But he made his debut against the Windies in 2018. As I said, he's 25 and this is only his 5th match. And he's playing the type of innings that sets up Guyana foundation with Chandrapal.
That came back slightly, may have just touched the top of the pad, but didn't come back sufficiently enough to warrant an appeal. Yeah, I was asking when I was doing the Guyana game against the Leewards, I was on John Ramsing, of course, your fellow countryman, was doing the game with me, and I asked him about Imlach as opposed to Bramble, because and he was a little disappointed that Imlach didn't play. He felt that Imlach deserved his place just as a batsman.
Yes, well, he started as a batsman, and the only way he got into the keeping position because Bramble got injured against Barbados.
Yeah, because
and he's still injured.
Yeah, he felt that he actually felt that he should have been keeping instead of Bramble. And his batting, of course, speaks for itself. Well, there's a change in the field because we see there, it looks like, is it Solozano going across to a forward short leg? There are 2 slips and a gully now. Oh, is it? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'm not sure
well,
who
it's
is on
definitely
for.
Solozano there at forward short leg, but
Carrie Pay's a 3rd slip.
So somebody's
but I'm trying
off.
to see who's off. Now they've gone back with the 3 slips and a gully, but they've now included that forward short leg. So very attacking feel here from the Red Force. I'm not seeing, I'm looking for Terence Hines. This is too wide of the off stump from
But good
Gabriel.
carry, good pace. Even though this is a batting track, that was a good carry, and it had a little bit of lateral movement away from the right-hander. So we've seen Gabriel, who is very experienced, bowl the ball, moving both ways.
Yes.
Gabriel, the 34-year-old, a wealth of experience, 56 test matches, 161 wickets, 381 wickets at this level.
Actually, it's Solozona, I think. I'm looking to see who's in the gully. That could be Brian Charles. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. That's going to run away. Half volley outside the line of the off stump from Gabriel. And it was smashed square on the offside down to the boundary for 4. That's a good shot.
Yeah, 2 full and give him the treatment. Lovely shot there from Imlach. And he's off the mark with a boundary. 4 without loss, Guyana.
Brian Charles is at 2nd slip. Carrier is at 1st. Carrie Pear is at 3rd slip. And looking to see. Yeah, Imran Khan seems to be the man off the field. I think Terence Hines is at mid-on.
Yes.
So they go through for a quick single and they'll get it comfortably in the end because that was just played very gently. A delivery that came back at Imlach and he handled it well, very much in defense, and was just pushing it out gently on the offside and they were able to get the single.
So good running between the wickets as the over comes to an end. 5 without loss. Chandrapal not, Imlach 5. And that's been a feature of this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting in this round. The running between the wickets, rotation in the strike. It's been much better. As we see the clouds are getting a little darker, becoming more overcast.
Don't say that, Sean. But Uthman Mohammed is the man that's going to come into the attack now. So they've bowled Brian Charles just for that 1 over. And they've decided to go back with the traditional fast medium bowler in Mohammed. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tevin Imlach.
First time I'm seeing him. He seems pretty tall.
Yeah, he's more of a fast medium, tends to move the ball away from the right-hander. And he's been very successful at club level. But
Which club he plays for?
He's with Central Sports at the moment. And, you know, he's but just about fast medium. There was a lot of talk about him a couple of years ago, but he hasn't come on as a lot of people has anticipated in terms of how quickly he was, in terms of him being a genuine all-rounder. His batting has gone down a little. They go through for a quick single. That's good running again between these two.
Yes, just hit the ball, looked up. As Greenwich and Haynes used to do, they didn't even use the call. They just looked at one another and got the single. So good single again, good rotation in the strike. And Chandrapal, the left-hander, back in strike. He's yet to score. And he's been a revelation this season, especially in the last 2 runs. Scoring 414 runs. As I said, only behind Craig Braffett, who's the only batter to get a big double century. But Chandrapal has scored 200s also. That's a good delivery.
Good delivery, seemed to pitch and just
squared him up a little bit.
He was getting onto that front foot, and as it pitched, it seemed to just move slightly away from him. He adjusted well, Chandrapal. Adjusted very well.
And he's batted almost, well, in the first game, he batted from beginning to end. In the second game, almost beginning to end. Vishal Singh, himself, and Moti, the Guyanese who got centuries. He's from a village called Unity on the east coast of Demerara. A village which produced test cricketers in all formats, including a blind West Indies player, Ganesh Singh. They've also produced Gordial Matai, female West Indies test player. They've also produced Colin Croft and his father Shiv. And they've also produced the former president of the Guyana board, Chetram Singh, the former president of Guyana, Bharat Jagdeo.
My word, there's a good shot from Chandrapal, but didn't time it all that well. He was standing tall, trying to get it through that area between cover point and cover. And because he didn't time it all that well, it came off more, it seemed like the bottom of the bat. And it just trickled out to Yannick Carrier, who is there at that point cover position. And so there was no run.
So 6 without loss. Mohammed in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal doesn't play outside the line of the leg stump. And more an inquiry than an appeal. Small gathering of spectators after yesterday's downpour. Some of them might be mopping up their houses, cleaning their yards, especially in the rural areas. A hard rain fell very hard in deep south.
Well, I'm not too sure, but I know it was all over the country. There was no escaping in any of the areas.
It rained like cats and dogs at Tunapuna. Good delivery again, slightly squared up. Again, the away movement. And a good testing over comes to an end. 6 without loss. Chandrapal not Imlach on 6. So if you've just joined us, one day was completely washed out, the second day. And Red Force beginning the day on 203 for 9. They were eventually dismissed for 218. So Lozano top scored with 72. Mohammed made 68. Hines in the end was not out on 22. Of course, Raja contributed 26.
He didn't bat badly, actually. No. I thought Isaiah Raja. He looked good.
Move to replace Bravo with Raja.
Yeah, I would have thought so. And, you know, he looked comfortable until actually he was dismissed. He looked not to be too troubled. But Shannon Gabriel is going to continue 3 slips and a gully and that forward short leg. Keegan Simmons actually is the man at that forward short leg. And Jeremy Solozano is in the gully. 3 slips go down. That's Carrier, Charles, and Carrie Pear are the men in the slip region.
Again, the ball moving away from the right-hander. Played it well, covered it, played it with the away movement. Total control down to gully, where Solozano fielded. And there is no run.
Yeah, so 6 for none so far. No real alarms for the Guyana openers. The Trinidad and Tobago opening bowlers haven't really beat the bat. It's 1 or 2 little concerns, but was handled. All the deliveries thus far has been well handled by both Chanderpaul and Imlach.
In good batting conditions here in the Trinidad zone especially. Good delivery. This time it came off the outer half of the bat. Again, the lateral movement away from the right-hander. Good delivery from Gabriel. Well, he's very experienced.
Certainly is. But, you know, I'm a little concerned about his fitness. Of course, he's 34 years of age now. And it's always more, especially for a fast bowler, difficult to keep your fitness levels. And Gabriel is not, he's a, how should I put it? He's not a rhythmic type of bowler.
He's not a genuine athlete.
Yes, so, you know, he's got to keep himself fit. And if you watch his run-up, for example, he bounds up to the crease. He's stiff coming up. And he just needs to keep himself fit in order to bowl quickly. As Imlach gets another single, that's a good shot. Not playing it with all, just timing rather than the power. And they're able to pick up a single. So he's got all 7, and the Harpy Eagles are 7 for none.
Yeah, so good running, good rotational strike, especially when there's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Rotation of the strike is even more important for the batting side because the bowlers have to bowl different lines.
And that is so very true. And what has also caused Gabriel to come around the wicket to the left-handed Chanderpaul. He was over the wicket to Imlach. He's decided to come around the wicket. There's still a similar type feel for Chanderpaul. 3 slips and a gully. There's that forward short leg. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking for the early breakthrough.
And if he wants Chanderpaul to play, he's got to bowl at him. If he bowls outside the off stump, Chanderpaul will leave it alone all day. This is a good delivery.
Yep.
One on target.
I was just about to say that he decided not to bowl it outside the line of the off stump to Chanderpaul. It was on target. Good Yorker-like delivery. And Chanderpaul had to come down on it quickly. Did well. He handled it well. As Gabriel makes the trek back down to his bowling mark.
Best at this level, 8 for 62. Shannon Gabriel, wealth of experience. This is his 118th first-class game, 318 wickets. Again, outside the line of the off-stump and deliberately leaving it alone. Clayton Lambert used to do that.
He judges. What I like about Chanderpaul, he knows exactly where his off-stump is. And you're not going to get him to play at deliveries wide of the off stump, and if you do get him to do that, then you know it's a bad shot from him because he tends to leave those deliveries, and he plays just inside the line, allows it all the time to go. I think in one of the games, I think Alzari Joseph got him caught in the gully or third slip or something like that, and it was strange because he was playing at it. And he tends normally to leave those type of deliveries. So it caught me by surprise that he actually was pushing at that delivery from Alzari Joseph, who I keep saying bowled so well in that game.
And he's got wonderful temperament also.
It's the end of the over from Gabriel. So he's completed his second over, none for 6. And at the end of it, Imlach is 7. Chanderpaul is yet to get off the mark. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles trying to get to 218 for first innings here. 7 without loss.
So as we said, 3 weeks of blazing sunshine. That's why most grounds in Trinidad are hard, But the rain yesterday, we understand that the damage was only to the pitch at both venues, Diego Martin and the Brian Lara Stadium.
Yeah, well, we the amount of rain we had yesterday, I mean, it's credit that we were able to start this morning not only on time but at 9:30,
Yeah.
half an hour earlier. I mean, it rained all of yesterday. It just never stopped.
Well, Mohammed continues to bowl to Imlak.
But I left the ground here yesterday, Sean, pretty late. I was meeting with Inderjit's friend Tony Gray and Brent Sancho. We had a little meeting in the pavilion, and when I left, it must have been after 4:30 thereabouts, and the ground was in excellent condition.
Yeah, well, I left
even
a
with all the
lot
rain.
later than that because
Oh,
I
you-
had to send
okay.
my story to Kaiser News, and I walked across the ground, and it was like normal.
Yeah, it's that's a good shot, but he's not going to get any runs because it goes straight to the man there at that point position.
And Injit was telling me there's one spot at the Taruba venue and 2 spots
At
Diego Martin.
Yeah, that's a pity though, because if it's one thing you need to ensure is that the pitch is properly covered, or the square, the area. Yeah, but this pitch, this outfield, as I was saying to you, Sean, was relayed by the end of September. And not much cricket has been played. I shouldn't say not much cricket, because we've had some under-19, the World Cup under-19 games played. We've had some club games being played, some trial matches, various things. And of course, the Queen's Park players, other teams that have played here. So there have been some cricket, but the ground has really stayed up nicely, and we expect with a rainy season now, that lush green is gonna come out, and we should be getting ready for the India series. A loud appeal goes up, not out. May have just been outside. Let's we'll have a look at that again. It seemed to have hit him, Sean. Let's have a look at it. May have just hit him outside the line.
Yeah, the ball came back a long way. A good shout.
That's a very good shout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What maybe saved him that he was playing a shot.
It certainly came back at him.
And of course, how are preparations going next month? India comes here for 3 one-day international. All 3 will be played here.
Yeah.
And 2020, the first of a 5 2020 series will be played at Taruba.
Yeah, and it's the first international game that Taruba is going to get.
This is a full toss. He doesn't make use of it. Hits it hard into the ground. And a leaping save by Mohammed. Almost as tall as a basketball player. So
Yes,
that was
he's-
easy for him.
He's pretty tall. Mohammed, maybe a 6'5", 6'6", I'm not too sure.
So when India comes, they play the one-day internationals on the 22nd, the 24th, and the 27th. And then they go off to Taruba, the Brian Lara Academy, July 29 for the first T20. So lots of cricket for the Trinidadians. That one came back again and maybe didn't bounce as much as he was anticipating,
No.
because he looked to jump up and then had to come back down on it.
Yeah, he came back down on it and pushed it. This hasn't been a bad spell so far from Usman Mohammed. He's had 2 overs, none for 1. And I think he's bowled a good line. He's moving the ball. He's getting it to cut back at the right-hander. And his first 2 overs have been well controlled.
Yes, and Guyana 7 without loss in pursuit of 218. Not a big total, but a good recovery at the back end and a very good start at the front end.
Yeah, it was an excellent
Those
start.
7 wickets for 21 runs really rocked them.
Yeah, well, in the end, 8 wickets fell for 40 runs, and it only increased to 40 because of the 22 not out from Terence Hines. And Terence Hines looked so comfortable, you wonder what happened to the other batsmen, because he came out at number 9 and batted extremely well, did Terence Hines.
So Gabriel continues and bowls to Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul easily plays it. His bat is looking like a side screen already.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that because the Chandra Paul bat always looked like a side screen. But
both Chandra Pauls?
Both Chandra Pauls. That's father and son. And they say the apple don't fall too far from the tree. Yeah. I'm happy for him though because he's got, when your dad is named Shivnarayan Chandra Paul, it's the burden on you, the expectation on you is so much. That's why you find in a lot of cases some children say that they don't want to follow in their father's footsteps, depending on who their father is.
Gabriel, the son comes back. That's a loose shot from Chandra Paul.
Naughty.
Yes.
Not that type of shot he tends to play. I'm
yes,
surprised.
And he rehearses the leave alone, which he should have done.
Yes, that's amazing. Eh? When batsmen rehearse a leave alone, I've always found that very funny. I was just saying the expectation is so much when you have a famous father, on you. But thankfully he's starting to live up to it. Sean, I'm looking around and it's certainly getting a little bit dark. Not good news. But it seems to be at the moment. It seems to be heading west. I want to say it's bypassing the oval, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
Well, let's hope you're right. Chandra Paul this time leaves the ball alone and it passes, it curves back. When it passed him, the keeper had to go to his right.
Yeah, the funny thing about it, the sun is shining here at the oval. We've seen in the past where sun is at the oval and just behind us, going towards Sinclair Hospital, etc. It's been raining and it's sunny here, so I don't think we're going to get away when that rain does come.
And if we start seeing a rainbow, then we know that the rain has actually started, because a rainbow is formed when water passes through light.
Yeah. Well, let's just keep our fingers crossed and that maybe we can go through till lunchtime uninterrupted.
3 steps a gully going down for the outside edge, and this time he's bowling middle on leg stump. Chandra Paul easily into it. Well, Chandra Paul's father scored the most runs for Guyana, 5 over 5,000. He scored the most centuries, 17 for Guyana. He scored the only triple century in modern day cricket since 1966, 303 not out in Jamaica in 1996. So he has a lot to live up to.
Too much.
He has a big boots to fill, almost like Jewel Garner's boots.
Those boots are too big to fill. I mean, it's incredible. And then he's I think it's 16 runs. He fell before his test career, just 16 runs behind Brian Lara.
Yes.
In terms of the most test runs for a West Indian batsman. And I remember when he actually came into test cricket, I think he was 17 or something like that. And there was a lot of talk of, this young man coming into test cricket. He's not ready. And he was the one who stood up with Lara when he got that famous triple hundred.
Yes. And he was not out. That was his first of his 49 not outs.
Yeah.
75 not outs.
He got some. But when Brian Lara came back to Trinidad, Shivnarayan Chandra Paul was with him, and there was a motorcade.
Yes.
And Shiv Chandra Paul was in the motorcade,
because they were
waving.
He was with
waving
Lara.
to the crowd.
He ensured Lara got his world record,
That's
the
right.
first one. Then
That's
he got
right.
401 in quick time.
Yeah.
After that.
But Brian Lara was just phenomenal. He, you talked about enjoying batting.
Oh, that speed off the outer part of the bat. Luckily for Chandra Paul, it went all along the ground out towards Solozano at gully, and there's no run. So 6 overs have been completed, 7 without loss. Chandra Paul still yet to score. He's 20 balls he's faced. Imlak on 7.
Yeah, but that's not going to worry Chandra Paul.
No.
20 deliveries yet to get off the mark, whereas Imlak, he is on 7 and he's faced 16 deliveries. So it's going to be, Mohammed is going to continue. Uthman Mohammed, of course, in the Trinidad team, there's 2 Mohammeds. There's Uthman and Jason.
But Jason
no
has
relation.
played that spot already, even though he should have
batted.
gone on to get 100. He
Yeah,
started the slide. when he was dismissed. But this is the other Mohammed now. He's got to make a mark.
That's right. He's bowled pretty well so far. The bowling hasn't been that bad. Both Gabriel and Mohammed, they've bowled a good line. This is another good delivery just outside the line of the off stump. That one straightened, didn't come back at Imlak like most of the deliveries thus far from Mohammed. This one pitched and just straightened. And Imlak, you could see him lining it up early and allowing it to go through.
Plays for the DCC club, that's the Demerara Cricket Club, a club that produced the first West Indies winning captain, Maurice Fernandes in Guyana in 1930. They beat England. That was the first ever Test victory. And he's the first of 7 Guyanese captains of the West Indies team, Maurice Fernandes. Nice shot, but well fielded there by Mohammed on his own bowling. And also famous people from that club was Lance Gibbs, 309 Test wickets. And ironically, they talk about Hooper. Only Croft and Hooper has gotten 100 wickets in Test cricket among the Guyanese.
Yes, I remember Jeff Boycott. Oh my word!
Talking about his lollipop.
Yeah, I was actually doing commentary on radio once with Boycott. Boycott was of course here for telly. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a really good delivery. Pitched and it left him. So Mohammed bowling well. He's been a little unlucky not to at least pick up a wicket, because he's beaten the bat. This is the second time he's beaten the bat of Imlak. And that was a peach of a delivery because it pitched. And Imlak was pushing forward. And as he played forward, it pitched, cut away from him. And beat the outside edge.
Yes, that was a perfect delivery, pitched and left. And of course, DCC has also produced the most successful West Indies captain, Clive Hubert Lloyd. And also Roy Fredericks.
What a master he was, wasn't he? That century scored between start of play and lunch. That's going to run away for 4. That's a good shot. It was a little too wide this time and too short from Mohammed. And Imlak was getting up on his toes and getting right across and opened the face of the bat. Hit it beautifully, square on the wicket. Went to the right of Gully. He had no chance. And down to the boundary for 4. So he's into double figures. He's on 11. And the first real bad ball that Mohammed has bowled, it was a little too short, it was a little too wide to really worry Imlak, and he handled it beautifully. So he goes to 11, and it's 11 for none.
Did you know that Roy Fredericks is the only sitting minister of a government to score a first-class double century in the world?
He was in government at the time?
Yes,
I didn't realize that.
He was the Minister of Sport in Guyana when he made 217 against Jamaica. He actually came out of retirement, lovely shot again. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just pushed it, well timed, and he got a single.
I didn't realize at that time he was Minister of Sport, but what a fine player cricketer he was, wasn't he?
That's the 1983 series.
You know, you remember certain things about certain cricketers, and Roy Fredericks, I mean, one of the things I remember about him is a test match here when he came out to play against India. And the first ball he was dismissed. Abid Ali got him out LBW. It kept very low and he was out LBW. And it's amazing how you remember certain things about certain cricketers, of course. But Roy Fredericks was superb. I mean, he was so dapper. He was small in stature, but boy, did he get the ball. Did he hit the ball hard?
I remember him looking at the TV, listening to Tony Kosher and Red Spurrier, him hooking Lillian Thompson.
Yeah, that was a series which West Indies lost.
Perth.
They lost 5-1. The only game they won was at Perth when he got the 169, and that was Michael Holding's first store. Oh, that slipped out. It's a no ball. I see the umpire hand is outstretched, but it is a no ball.
Once the ball passes the batsman within range or so, it's a no ball.
Yeah.
That's the new laws. Previously, back in the days, that would have been a
dead
dead ball.
Yeah.
But talking about Roy Fredericks, he's had so many records. In fact, the 17 centuries that Shiv Narayan has scored, Roy Fredericks is second with 15, Lambert 14.
They were just having a look at that ball. It obviously slipped out of the grasp of Usman Mohammed. Yeah, it's obviously slipped out of the grasp. Yeah, and he hit the stumps with his hand. We see a forward short leg now in place for Chandapol.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a snorter.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
was
that
quick.
took off.
Yeah.
Uthman Mohammed, boy, did you bend your back? And that took off at Chanda. He did well. He handled it extremely well because he was getting out of the way.
Yeah, well, I leave you in the capable hands of Inderjeet Prasad.
Well, okay, Sean, I will trust your judgment on that. If
But
you
don't
say
let
you,
him get the Harpy Eagles to terrorize you.
yes. Well, it seemed that the Harpy Eagles had terrorized the Trinidad and Tobago lower half of batsmen because 8 wickets going down for 40 runs.
Good morning to you,
Good
Colin.
morning, Inderjeet. How are you?
I am doing well, my
After
brother.
all the rain of yesterday, you survived?
Yes,
You
I
didn't-
did.
No, you didn't get into any flood areas that were flood prone or anything like that?
Not at all. Where we were staying at Woodbrook, relatively high, and we stayed indoor yesterday.
You stayed
Myself,
indoors.
John Ramsing, Akeem Green. We had a ball of a time.
Oh,
man.
well, excellent. Very good. I'm happy to hear that.
This young fast bowler, Uthman Mohammed, has been very impressive this morning.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
Good line and length. There was just a short ball that was put away for 4, but generally he troubled Imlak.
Yeah, he has. And the thing with it is that he's been moving the ball, which is good. He's been moving it, just bringing it back to Imlak. And he's been bowling with some good pace. That final delivery, the short delivery to Chandapol, really took off. And Chandapol, I thought, did well to get out of the way. Well, Brian Charles is into the attack. He bowled just the 1 over from the Willie Rodriguez end, the southern end. He's now going up at the Brian Lara Pavilion end, the southern end. It's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tevin Imlak with his first delivery of his second over. And Imlak is driving and wasn't to the pitch. Seemed to just push at that delivery. Was in the air for a while, but didn't carry to any of the fieldsmen. 13 for none.
And Imlak is a very solid batsman. He's one of them who's going to play his shots once the situation presents itself. 2 half centuries so far, so he's in good form.
That delivery just spinning into Imlak, but didn't trouble him. He was onto the back foot, waited for it to turn, and just pushed it out in front of him on the onside. Another good delivery. Brian Charles hasn't bowled badly in the tournament. He's picked up 13 wickets so far from 120 overs. Not the greatest average. He's averaging just about 29.5. But he's been very steady. The one complaint that people have on Brian Charles is that he doesn't give it enough air. He doesn't, and because of that, he doesn't get the amount of turn that he should get.
And that has plagued Caribbean spinners. Majority of them, you see them, Colin, rather than flighting the ball, they are getting it, bowling it very flat, very fast, and it negates you from getting those wickets. I mean, the job of a spinner is always to make the batsman look up. You give it a nice little loop, you allow the pitch to do its thing to turn off the wicket. This is one department that young spinners coming through in the Caribbean will have to learn. But I guess they're comfortable with this because of the influx of T20 and OT10.
That's right. That's a good over from Brian Charles. He's been on spot. He didn't give it much air. He was pushing it through, getting some turn, and Imlak handled it very well. Imlak was just getting right behind the line of the ball, catered for whatever turn there might have been, and pushed it out in front of him. So it's the end of the over from Charles. He's now completed 2 overs, both maiden overs at this point in time. Tejnarayan Chandapol is going to take strike, and I would think because of that last over from Mohammed, where he bowled a superb over, moving the ball about, he's going to get another over, no doubt.
Well, he should, because he has been bowling well. I'm a little bit surprised, too, that Charles, who opened the bowling from this end this morning, actually was reintroduced from the southern end at the expense of Gabriel, because previously Gabriel bowled a very good over to Tejnarayan Chandapol, one that beat the outside edge, and he had quite a few good deliveries that were pitched up. How many overs did he bowl? Was it 3 overs?
Yeah, 3 overs. And that's what I'm thinking. Maybe, just maybe, as we look at Mohammed, that's another good delivery, dropping show. He seemed to have got the edge of the bat, the reaction from all the players, and Mohammed seemed to have got the edge of the bat. Let's have a look at that again. Look at the reaction of Usman Mohammed and the slip cordon Inderjit.
Yes, sir.
You could see he started to run off as if to indicate that it may have taken the edge.
Yes, and he did not took the edge and falling short of the keeper as well, but was beautifully bowled. You saw to the right-handed Imlak, he brought the ball back, and to the left-hander, he's moving it away, and it was pitched on a good length as well. Everything was good with that delivery. And when you can beat Tejnarain Chandapal, it had to be a good ball.
And you're bowling well. It's a little bit closer to the off stump and not much swing. A little bit back of a length, and Chandapal was just playing it very straight bat as you expect. So he's yet to get off the mark. 24 deliveries he's faced, but that's not going to phase him at all.
No, he's not going to be phased by that. I'm wondering on these pitches, Colin, where, you know, fast bowlers, they have to work for their wicket. It's coming up fast, but not relatively so. The keeper maybe just a foot a little bit more up. Another good delivery. This time the left-hander is not teased into the shot, but it was probing the outside edge. And Uthman Mohammed continues to bowl well.
Yeah, I thought I was a little too wide of the off stump. And from the time it left his hand, you could have seen the away movement. It was an early movement going away from the right left-hander. But I thought he started it just too wide of that off stump. And you're not going to, I think Sean Devers made the point, he's going to leave that alone all day long.
Yes, and that's true. We have seen him done that so often. This is a better line delivery, right on target. And Tej just got in behind of it and pushes it down towards mid-off.
Yeah, you could see him, though, being a little bit unsure. He came on the front foot, and at the last moment, he sort of just angled the bat to cater for whatever movement that ball had when it hit the seam. And you could see him just sort of opening the face of the bat and pushing it back up the track. So Mohammed is bowling well. And I tell you, both these batsmen, they've got to pay close attention to him because he is moving the ball. He's moving it both off the seam and in the air. This has been a good spell. That's well played by Chandapal. Again, delivery just on or around the off stump. And he was opening the face of the bat. Not much movement from Mohammed. When you bowl this well, you sometimes you don't pick up a wicket in the jit, and you sometimes you sometimes lose a little bit of confidence. You know, you bowl well, and you just say to yourself, well, what else do I have to do to get a wicket?
Yes, had a very good shout against Imlak, who was neither pushing out long forward, was taken on the pad, might have been just going down the leg side in the thoughts of umpire Blades. That's a good delivery and good response too from the left-handed Tejnarain Chandapal. Plays down towards short cover, brings the over to an end. At the end of it, it's 13 without loss. Chandapal is on naught. He has faced 28 deliveries so far. That's irrelevant. He's not going to be bothered. Imlak on 12 off 27.
Yeah, and Uthman Mohammed, he's just completed his fourth over. 2 maidens, none for 7. Excellent figures on his part, and it's been a good spell.
Certainly has been a good spell, and I would like to see him given another 2 overs with this spell. I mean, he's a young fast bowler. 4 none for 7. He knows he has bowled well. That's a motivation by itself.
Yeah, when your captain says come back for 1 more, you know you're bowling well. You know the captain has confidence in you.
Absolutely.
It's when the captain holds up his hand and said, "Okay, thank you very much," then you know you're not bowling well, and you know, hey, things are not going my way.
Yes, and Brian Charles, I think, might have a lot of bowling to do in this match.
That's a good shot. Driven through the extra cover position. It's going to run away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Imlak. He was on the front foot. A delivery just given some air this time by Charles, but overpitched. And Imlak was driving sweetly. Let's have a look at it in the jit.
Yes, lovely flowing cover drive there. And the good thing about it is that he picked the gap where he wanted it. And once he had the power, the timing was there, he's going to get the boundaries. And we might very well see more of these shots if the off spinner is going to pitch in that direction.
Well, he's much flatter this time. pushing it through, and Imlach is in defense. He looks very composed, does Tevin Imlach. He looks not to be bothered. He seems to enjoy his batting, knows he plays within his limitations. Seems a good player. First time I'm really having a good look at him.
Yes, he is a very, very good batsman. We saw him in those 2 half centuries. We thought he'd give it away against Barbados when he was on 53 under difficult circumstances. Played well with Tejnarain Chandapal. They're holding up one end. And he was the one that was scoring the runs in that period.
This one, he was looking to whip it past the mid-wicket position and was coming on the front foot. Again, getting to the pitch and just whipping it down to that mid-wicket. But Yannick Carrier, is it? Yes, looks like Carrier there at that mid-wicket. Couldn't beat him. Well, there was Imlach backing away. Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. Maybe Brian Charles ambushed him. There are some bowlers in the JIT. I don't know, you know, that they just spin around. They don't look at the batsman, and they just spin around and start to run in. And you might be now taking your guard, or you just, looking to see if everything is okay with you, the pads are okay, and by the time you look up, he's passing the umpire. But it's a correct thing to do if you're a batsman. Pull away. Because sometimes you're not quite ready, but the bowler is nearly there, and you say, "Oh, I'm going to still look to play," and then you sometimes lose your wicket. We're just having a look at Joshua Da Silva. He got hit in his chest because what happened when Imlach pulled away?
Yes.
I think it caught Da Silva a little bit by surprise, and the ball ran into his chest.
Yes, because I think Da Silva wasn't ready for Imlach pulling away from the delivery, and it makes him height off the pitch as well, and he was struck somewhere around the
shoulder, was it? Or the let's have a look.
Yes.
And there's Imlach pulls away, and all of it, yes, had a little bit of bounce too. Yes,
the
somewhere in the collarbone.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's painful.
Very, very painful
very
indeed.
Painful.
But he's a tough boy, Da Silva. No doubt he's going to ride this one through. And it's good to see that the physio came out there in a hurry to ensure nothing was wrong with that.
Yep, well, that's good. And let's hope he's going to carry on. Joshua Da Silva hasn't really done that well in terms of his batting. He's got 245 runs. He's still, before this innings, still averaging 35. But I know he would be disappointed with that. He's a very dedicated cricketer, is Joshua Da Silva. He works hard at his game. He practices hard. I know all during the COVID period, he was practicing and batting and going into the nets. Of course, he was he's very much of a hard worker, is Joshua Da Silva. But at the end of the over from Charles, just that one boundary coming in it. He's now bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. The end of the over, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 17 for none.
Yes, and as we come down towards the end of this 4-day championship, Barbados Pride, Colin, they are almost there. They have won the tournament. What you expect now from these two teams? There might very well be some individuals who want to put in outstanding performances. Bangladesh is coming here. Da Silva, he would like to ensure that he gets into tip-top form for that test series. Someone like Tejnarain Chandapal as well, who has scored heavily this season. He will want to have another good knock. And there's also Tevin Imlach, a young man who I think highly about, and there are so many other people who think highly about as well, will want to put together another score. The only way you can keep knocking on the door if you're going to take a sledgehammer to knock it down is by performance.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's good to see, that they have a chance here.
Well, I think Chandapal, as we look at him facing up to Mohammed, that's another shot. This guy is generating some pace, isn't he? He's getting some good pace and bounce out of this pitch. Did somebody tell me this pitch is flat? Well, Uthman Mohammed is trying to say it's not for him, because that one, again, was let's have a look in the jet. It was short, it was lifting, and Chandapal had to get out of the, luckily for him, it was just wide of the off stump, so he was just bending his back and allowing it to pass. But he got some pace and lift out of that delivery.
Yes, and one saw Niall Smith from Guyana and Kemo Paul against Barbados on a pitch just like this here. They had some real good lift and did trouble the Barbados Pride batting with some short lifting deliveries.
Well, Chandapol is going to get off the mark. So finally, let's see, there's no signal. Yes, so he did get a bat onto it. Short lifting delivery from Mohammed, but lined on the body of Chandapol, and he gets a single. So after facing 30 deliveries, he's finally off the mark, 18 for none.
Yes, and in over number 11 as well. So he is doing the hard work here. That's going to bring some relief to him as well, because irregardless, we know he faces a lot of delivery. There's nothing can set you in motion like when you get off the mark.
Oh, that's very true. So it's Mohammed. This time he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Imlak.
And in gloomy conditions here now, that's another short lifting delivery, but going down the leg side and signal wide by the umpire as well.
Okay, I am not too sure on that. This is a test match, you know, and there was Imlak. He actually ducked. And that tells me if you're going to duck, that the ball was not that high to be called a wide. I think they get carried away now with ODI cricket and T20 cricket, these umpires, and they keep forgetting that, hey, this is test match cricket. Let the bouncers flow.
Well, it's actually 4-day cricket here. That's a good delivery,
Yeah, well,
right on target, and he's coming forward in the mold of test match.
Thank you very much. In the mold of a test match. This is 4-day cricket. This is regional cricket, you know, and you see it at test match level as well. Some umpires calling wides and for, you know, get guys bowling fast. Let them get the bouncers in. Uthman Mohammed now must be saying to himself, well, why do I go bowl a bouncer if they're going to call me a wide?
Yes, I do agree with you. I thought the umpire was a little bit harsh there as well.
No, I have no problem if it ballooned over the head of Imlak. But he actually bent. He actually ducked out of the way. And I'm not suggesting that it would have hit him if he didn't duck. But surely that wasn't that high to be called a wide.
Yes, and I think that Uthman Mohammed shall not be bothered with that. He has been bowling well, and the short ball is in his armory, like we have seen before. Had two good short deliveries, one to Tejaran Chandapal and one to Imlak as well. Once he's not going to overuse it. Now,
that's the important thing, because you're looking for the surprise. I've always felt that as a fast bowler, that short ball has to be the surprise ball. You know, the one he bowled to Chandapal, I thought was excellent, because he was concentrating on that off stump, just moving it away, and all of a sudden that short delivery came from nothing, came from nowhere basically, and Chandapal had to quickly get out of the way. He was scampering out of the way, and it could have so easily taken the glove. But that was an excellent delivery, and that's the kind of short delivery you want, one that is going to surprise the batsman, as the batsman is going to say, well, where did that come from? That's a bad line. Just going down the leg side to end the over. So he may be tiring a little bit. He's really bending his back, putting a lot into it. He's completed 5 overs now, 2 maidens, none for 9, 19 without loss. It means that Tej Chandapal is going to take strike. It's getting pretty dark now, but you're looking to the east where the rain tends to come. And I must say, in the JIT, looking to the east, it's not looking all that good.
yes, there's some dark clouds, and they're getting closer to Queen's Park over here, coming in from the eastern part of the ground. And we have almost lost the sun. There's a battle going on at the top there for the sunlight to break through.
Yeah, it's much more of a battle between the sun and these dark clouds than what we're seeing on the field. Because these two Guyanese batsmen, Imlak and Chandapal, I think they've weathered the storm. They've weathered the early storm. And they've handled the situation out there very well. 19 without loss. Chandapal is facing to Charles. I get the impression that the Red Force felt that Chandapal, early in his innings, is a little suspect against the off-spinner.
And maybe that's the reason why Charles opened the bowling from this end.
Well, he's back now, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Chandapal. He's got a slip in place and a forward short leg, so Tobago still trying to pick up the wickets. He's giving it a little... I haven't seen Chandapal using his feet to the spinners. Does he use his feet to the spinners?
Yes, he does. I think as a youngster, he's a complete batsman. He plays all the shots. We have seen him use his feet, especially against Jamaica and Barbados, where he danced down the track. And you should have seen him in that little T20 scenario on the last day against Barbados. Good use of the feet as well, and make good use of the depth of the crease too.
Yeah. Because I was the only reason I asked that is if he's slapping a delivery, does it go? Was it in the air?
No, it fell relatively short of the field.
And the only reason I took my eye off of it in the JIT because the ground staff are starting to walk towards the covers, so that's not good news.
Yeah,
and when you see the ground staff starts to walk to covers, you know rain is just about a minute or so away.
Yes, because they know their job. They've monitored the weather conditions over the years. And these boys, like you said, Colin, they're holding the covers now, preparing for the worst.
Yeah, well, let's hope it's not. If it's a shower, it's going to be just one heavy shower and then head out down to the west. Yeah, and the reason I was asking you about Chandapol, because if I was Brian Charles, I would toss it up. I would give it a lot of air and say to Chandapol, well, use your feet. Come and meet the ball if you so desire. But because if you're just pushing it at him, he's just going to play forward defensive, backward defensive all day until he gets a bad ball.
Yes, and he's not going to mind doing that at all. This one just might have run off the outer portion of the bat, down towards backward point. The over has been completed by Charles, none for 4 from 4. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 19 without loss. Chandapol is on 1, Imlak is on 16.
Yeah, and it's, I think Uthman Mohammed may come out of the attack. It seems to be Terence Hines. Terence Hines is going to pick up the bowling. And Sean Devers will be joining you after this over in the JIT, your compatriot.
Yes, and every day he has to travel from far off Tunapuna. But
why
he enjoys the
why
traveling.
would he stay so far in Tunapuna with all the traffic?
Well, he has
does he walk? Does he run? Because it will be quicker than if he comes by car.
I think he jogs. He's by our good friend Visham Ramsewak, who is actually the public relations officer in the Ministry of Education in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, look,
he's a Guyanese.
I didn't even know that.
Yes.
So you've given me some information there. I really was not aware of that.
And you can see some drizzle out towards the southern southeast position there. That's not looking good at all.
Yeah, it's
so now we see Terence Hines being into the attack for his first over.
Terence Hines tend to pitch the ball up, and that one he looks for swing. He's another local Queen's Park boy. He plays for Queen's Park Cricket Club here at the Oval, and he tends to pitch it up. So he likes to ensure that the ball swings. He does get some swing. He's an interesting all-rounder. He's a very swashbuckling type of player. Tends to go after the bowling with the bat. And he's an aggressive type of fast-medium pacer.
I understand he plays a lot of tape ball in Trinidad and Tobago, but just straying a little bit, going down the leg side, and those two shots flicked away by Imlak. He's looking for that gap between the umpire standing at square leg and Yannick Carrier down at short mid-wicket. Didn't pick the gap. A little bit more to the right of Carrier. That's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, I think he got away with those 2 deliveries because it was angled into Imlak. And I thought maybe he should just open up that left leg a little more and try and get it in between mid-wicket and mid-on rather than trying to get it square. That's a better line from Terence Hines, just outside that off stump. Didn't get the movement that he wanted.
And I understand, Colin, that he's one of the bowlers who can have big in swing.
Yeah, there we saw that delivery. The third one didn't swing as much as the previous 2. And see, the ground staff are now sprinting towards the covers. So it's the drizzle is really
it's getting harder out there. We can actually listen to the sound of the rain hitting at the roof above us. That delivery was closer than the previous one, and I now think they're going to go off.
They're going to actually go off, yeah. The umpires are saying, listen, let's take no chances here. Before this rain comes down, let us get the covers on. So the covers are being pulled on. So bad news here at the Queen's Park Oval. We were having a beautiful morning. I had an hour and a half of play so far, and uninterrupted, but now the rain is starting to come down here at the Oval. It's just a drizzle at the moment, but no doubt that drizzle is going to turn into a heavy shower. The covers are being quickly put on to the pitch, and the first layer goes on, and then the other covers will come on. New set of covers here at the Queen's Park Oval, much lighter than what we had before.
Makes it easier for the ground staff as well to do their job, Colin. And it's going to take some time to cover it there. But the drizzle is just holding up a little. It's not pouring down. So it gives them the opportunity to ensure that the pitches are well covered. Let me remind you that this morning Trinidad and Tobago started from the overnight 203. Actually, the innings folded on 218 when Gabriel was bowled by Paul for 5. Terence Hines was left not out on 22. In the bowling department, Kimo Paul took his overnight 5 for 50 to 6 for 50. Niall Smith didn't bowl today, neither Cameron. Sinclair, 1 for 21. Moti, 2 for 35. Premal, none for 31. Cameron, 1 for 38, the wicket takers. The highlight of Red Force innings, that brilliant centre by Jeremy Solazano. Thought he paced his innings well, didn't go on. Jason Mohammed scoring 68. Paul, 6 for 50. Moti, 2 for 35. Tejaran Chandapal had his partner Tevin Imlak, a new opening partner for him, and that's because Hemraj didn't play, suffering with a hamstring injury. Chandapal not out on 1 from 36 deliveries. Imlak not out on 16 extras too. After 12.4 overs, the rain came down. Just light shower at 19 without loss. The pitch out in the middle is well covered at the moment, and this might last a little while. It's one of those days that they call the white rain. Charles, 4 overs, none for 4, very economical. Gabriel, 3 overs, none for 6. Uthman Mohammed, I thought, bowled splendidly in the situation. 5 overs, none for 9. And Hines was in his first over, none for none. So that's the situation here at Queen's Park Oval. Rain has stopped play with Guyana Harpy Eagles replying to 218. There are 19 without loss, trailing by 199 runs. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Well, hello, good afternoon to you wherever you are. Welcome once again to Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago, where play is about to resume after heavy downpour that started around 11 hours 5 this morning, giving the two teams just enough time to see Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their last wicket. They ended on 218. The last wicket to have fallen would have been that of Gabriel, who was clean bowled by Chemo Paul for 5. Terence Hines was left not out on 22, 15 extras, 218 all out. Paul picking up 6 for 59 and Moti 2 for 35. The Harp Eagles began their reply with Tej Narain Chandapal and Tevin Imlak. So far, they've been able to take the score onto 19 without loss when the rains came thundering down. At one stage, the rain stopped, the covers were taken out, the pitch was prepared, the stumps were about to go on, and down came the rain again. Thanks to the heavens, it has since departed, but there are still some ominous clouds in the distance, and play is about to be started. As you can see out in the middle, the umpires are making their way out in the middle. So too, the two openers, Tej Narain Chandapal and Tevin Imlak. Tej Narain Chandapal is on 1, Imlak is on 16, and they will be followed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fielders. With me once again in the commentary box is my colleague from Guyana, Sean Divas. Good afternoon to you, Sean. Good to see the rain has departed, and we are going to have some cricket.
Yes, well, good to see the rain has departed also. Good afternoon to you, Inderjeet. Good afternoon to everybody looking at the stream and listening to the commentary, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. It's a windy Friday afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago, even though this morning was blessed with glorious sunshine. When I woke up, it was sweltering hot.
Yes, of course. And in fact, when I left my apartment this morning, I just left the umbrella because the sun was streaming down in all its glory. And all of a sudden, as the cricket started, the clouds begin to build, and the shower started lightly, and then it grew heavier in nature. But if we can turn back our attention, what transpired on day number 1, Sean, the Red Force won the toss and had no hesitation. They decided that they were going to take first strike. They had some good partnerships going along between Salazano and Jason Mohammed. But after then, they crashed from a position of strength from 178 for 2, it became 218 all out. The last 8 wickets tumbling for 40 runs.
Yes, and we must say how well Raja batted also. He replaced Bravo, and although he made just 26, he dominated the 54-run partnership with the second wicket, and of course the big partnership 118 with Mohammed and Solozano. And the demise started. The trigger collapse by Cameron when he removed Jason Mohammed, and it was all downhill from there. The 7 wickets fell for 21 runs, and the last wicket put on a reasonable partnership, mainly because of the attacking nature of Hines. And in the end, 218, not a big total. Guyana will want to bat out as long as possible, maybe get the highest score ever, 641. We never know. But that's the plan from the Guyana camp, to just keep batting and bat out the day and tomorrow.
So Hines continues his first over. When the rains came, he has just sent down 4 delivery, and a good start here by Terence Hines right on target, and Imlak has been very confident so far. He has scored 16 runs, just walked across a little and defends, but a good delivery to start.
Well, rain really robbing the action here. No play yesterday, and 19 without loss at 12.4 overs, 10:30. The game halted by rain again, and this is the first action we've seen since then.
Yes, Hines Two slips and a gully. This one is flying off the outer portion of the bat, bisects the gully and the second slip, and will run down towards the third man boundary for 4. He was pushing forward there, Sean, and the ball took the thick outer portion of the bat all along the ground. He gets the boundary, 23 without loss.
Yes, good delivery, pitched up and moving away and drawn into the cover drive, and it peeled off the outside edge. Let's look at it again. It was squared up. In fact, he didn't even cover drive. The ball just peeled off the outside. Luckily for him, it ran all along the ground. There's no third man, and so 4 more runs. The Imlach takes him to 20. Chandrapal on 1, Guyana 23 without loss.
Yes, so Hines will feel with that last delivery to bring the over to an end that he has gotten a little bit of advantage. Well, you mentioned, Sean, that the rain has robbed some play here. It took total advantage at Diego Martin and Brian Lara. Both those games called off.
Well, today.
Yes, today.
Yeah.
For today.
Okay. So, my friend just called me, Saucy, if you're listening. Good afternoon to you. She says she's in Trin City and rain is pouring there.
And that's not far away from where Queen's Park Oval is.
Well, some good distance. From Tunapuna, it's like about
But the rain
15
travels
minutes.
quickly
Yeah,
too.
the rain comes from that area. It's going to come here maybe soon, maybe not. Hopefully not.
Yes, and it's good to see that Imran Khan is out in the middle marshalling the forces because he did not start this morning. I looked at him playing football while they were warming up and seemed to have an ankle injury, was down, was in pains, and good to see him back out in the middle. Just wonder why these guys continue to warm up using football. The Harpy Eagles not using that. I saw the Jamaicans played a little football at Diego Martin. Coming here, I saw Red Force. They were in the heat of the battle in football. Gabriel begins the approach from the southern end and turned away, mix up here, the return comes in, and ooh, if that would have hit the stump. I thought for one moment, Tej Narayan Chandrapal has already given up. He should have been putting in the dive. He did not, and the ball missed the woodwork.
Certainly a lot of miscommunication there between two batsmen who relatively know each other well, they communicate well. This was a ball that's pushed into the onside. Imlach said no. Chandrapal was tearing down. And as you said, he barely got back. If that ball was a direct hit, he would have been a goner.
And that return came in from Imran Khan. And Tej, he was running with the bat in the air as well, because when the ball passed the stump, the bat was still in the air.
He might have thought that one would just pass Imran Khan looking for a single.
So Gabriel, very open-chested and left alone outside the line of the off stump, going by into the gloves of the keeper. So Imran Khan right away after the resumption, turning to Gabriel from the southern end of the ground. Had 3 over spell this morning, Gabriel, picking up none for 6.
Yes, Gabriel has looked quite good, as has Hines. They've bowled quite well. Overcast conditions again continuing to prevail here in the afternoon period of this game. This is the penultimate day, and we see someone rushing across the side screen behind the bowler's back, but he's gone. Gabriel is in, and that's wide outside the line. A little lateral movement, but Chandrapal doesn't play, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Imlach is 20, Chandrapal 1.
And that was a delivery, had a lot of bounce in it and had good pace too coming off the pitch, making good height for the silver behind the stump to take cleanly, and some away movement as well.
Yes, lots of lateral movement. We saw Gabriel being able to move the ball both ways.
Yes, he has done it, and as we speak here, the clouds becoming more darker and darker as the afternoon goes by, and that's towards the east-southeast position.
Gabriel is in, bowls to Chandrapal. He's tucked up and plays it into the onside. So he gets a second run, and in all his third run. 39 balls. He's gone now to 3, and he's off the mark after the break. Imlach is on 20. He's off the mark with a indigenous boundary, Imlach. Went down to third man for 4. So both batsmen off the mark, and the clouds gathering.
Yes, and gathering very quickly too. In that delivery, you see there that Gabriel just held the back of the head, because that one was turned off maybe around the middle and leg stump area by Tej Narayan Chandapal. Have to have good eyesight there, Tej.
A nice gathering in the Citizens Bank area.
Yes.
Might be the Citizen Bank staff.
And that's good to see.
For Citizens Bank. That's the Trinidad company. The Citizens Bank is in Guyana.
Yes, played defensively down towards the mid-on. And crowd in the Windies as well. Yes, there are quite a few spectators there we can see. So it's nice to see once Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is playing, there are going to be some people turning up to watch them.
And there's a gathering to the right of us at the Guardian light stand.
That's good to see.
I don't know if it's related to the cricket or if they're having activity there.
Well, I think you look at the scene there, they might be glimpsing at the cricket, but they're having some other things that they're doing as well.
Gabriel, big white side screen behind his back, bowls outside the line of the off stump again. Chandrapal ignores it, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So the over is completed, 25 without loss. Chandrapal on 3, Imlak on 20. Guyana needing 218 to take a first innings lead.
Yes, and 25 without loss, you will consider this a solid start so far. Not too many things to scare about. And these two with Tej Narayan Chandapal concentrating all the time. He can bat for the entire day and even go beyond that without being trouble. He's on 3 from 42 deliveries. Imlak has looked more positive. He's on 20 from 43. So far, a good start by the two guys.
And the rain has eked out so much time that is maybe unlikely for an outright result. So Guyana will want to bat as long as they can. Ball on the line of the off stump, but Hines starts a new over and pushed out into the offside by the right-handed Imlak, and there is no run. So if Guyana has to make the runs, and then they will need a big score to bowl Trinidad out the second time, that's very unlikely. So the coach was saying that they should bat as long as possible. Maybe get the 641 runs to break the record.
Even that and all look very, very far from even a remote possibility in this game. Good delivery here by Terence Hines, making the batsman play, and this is important too with overcast condition, and he can swing it about. He's striving for that line, maybe just outside the line of the off stump. That was pitched on target though.
Good afternoon to Anthony Gray, the former West Indies fast bowler. He's here as a scout, and he's apparently very impressed with the work of Kimo Paul.
Well, it's good to know that Anthony Gray is in the thick of things. His skills are being utilized. And that is what you want, Sean, with our past players. You know, you look at those. I'm not saying about every past players, but certainly there are many past players with the necessary skills, the necessary knowledge. They know how to spot talent. You put them into use, and it's good to know that we're having scouts. Congratulations to my dear friend Anthony Gray.
Queen's Park Oval, established in 1891, has played the most test matches of all the Caribbean venues, 61. Here is Hines on his way. Bowls a back of a length delivery, maybe on the middle on line of the leg stump, played out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Previously, this ground was known as the Sinclair Oval because the entire area here is called the Sinclair.
Yes, and it's good to know in the commentary box we have an important cog in the wheel for Queen's Park, Mr. Colin Murray. He was once president of the club here, Sean.
Yes, and I'm sure that Derek Murray,
well, I
the former West Indies keeper, was the president here.
Yes.
Here is Hines, bowls a good delivery, punched away. Nice shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard on top of it, and just punched it between the gap. And they ambled through for a single. So again, rotation in the strike.
And that was a good-looking shot, Sean. On the back foot, taking it on the up, just about the abdomen area and stroking it nicely for 2.
Yeah, so it was a nice back foot punch with
yes.
a vertical bat. He goes now to 21, brings Chandrapal, who's on 3, back into strike. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're looking to claw their way to a big score here. They wouldn't want to lose too many wickets. They're 26 without loss.
Yes, and you know, if I was a skipper out there, I would have ensured that I have a third slip in the making as well. The conditions present itself for that. You do not want to put in a third slip when the horse has bolted. There is a gully, 2 slips and a gully and a backward point. But I will think, you know, you think aggressively.
Thomas from over the wicket bowls a beautiful delivery that pitched and left and bounced, and Chandrapal in all of that didn't play a shot.
Certainly he did got the bat inside the line, but a real testing delivery as we watch it on the replay there now, making a lot of height. Good carry too to Joshua De Silva. So the end of a good over there. 26 without loss, Harpy Eagles. Tej Narayan Chandrapal is on 3, Imlak is on 21.
And if we look at the over the RBC Royal Bank stand, it's looking very depressing. It's getting very ominous, the clouds, because it's turning from grey to black.
Well, this is what nature does, and when the rains come, there's little that you can do other than cover the pitch and order the players off. But it's not looking good in that direction. There are lots of rain in south as well. You can see it thundering down in that distance. It might not be long from now when the covers will have to be called on again.
Well, Gabriel continuing. He is now in his 5th over, starting his 5th over. None for 8 so far. Bowled a good spell. He comes in to bowl to the right-handed Imlak. And Imlak is beaten outside the line of the off stump. Loose drive. Didn't move the left foot across. And it went into the gloves of Joshua De Silva. And there's no run.
Yes, well, he actually drove outside the line of the ball as we look at the replay here now. That's right. Driving outside the line. So he didn't judge the line at all. The ball might have been there for the shot, but he drove outside the line instead of just waiting a little and going through the line with the delivery.
We saw that one coming back into Imlak. He's got some to move away from the right hand also. Very experienced, the 34-year-old, plagued by injuries during his career. 54 tests and 25 one-day internationals.
At one time was the fastest man in the region, Gabriel. I'm not too sure about now. Battled all those injury and still playing the cricket. Well, the conditions are just right for him at the moment.
161 test wickets. That's a phenomenal achievement. This is a ball that's pitched up and driven out towards the cover boundary, and that's gone square for 4.
And
so a deliberate shot opened the face, and he goes now to 25 Imlak, 34 for no loss.
And that was a good shot by Imlak. He didn't look to force the ball. He waited on it and then drove. Good looking shot, bisecting the backward point and the cover and getting the boundary as well. So fast bowlers will tend to go for runs when they're bowling in the slip cordon if they don't get it right and they pitched it too full or on the half volley or on the short of a length. You can go for runs. He wouldn't mind that. He wants Imlak to drive. That's the reason why there are 3 slips and a gully.
So 3 slips on a gully, as you said, the keeper going down. There's a square cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. As the conditions get worse here at the Oval. Another delivery going past the edge. An excellent ball again from Gabriel.
Yes, and Imlak has to be careful here. For the second time in the over, he's driving outside the line of the off stump and missing the delivery. And should not have been induced there in a shot, Imlak. But he's in this aggressive nature, having struck a 4. Has to be careful. You do not want to throw the bat at everything outside the off stump.
Yeah, but he's not moving it right foot enough across to the line of the ball.
Yes, well, that is something that we saw him do on a number of occasions. This time, just a little bit stiff in that left leg. With a right-hander, it's the left leg that normally moves in line with the delivery.
Here is Gabriel at the top of his mark, going past umpire Butler, and this is played with a straight bat out towards the mid-off through the legs of Gabriel, but no problems for the Red Force team because it's gone straight down to the man at mid-off, and there is no run. So Imlak, a much better shot. The ball was lined on the stumps and he played it with a straight bat.
Yes, much better shot. I agree with you there, Sean, and kept the eyes on it as well too. So it's good to see his level of concentration growing as his innings develop, because you don't want to face 52 deliveries, done all the hard work, get yourself onto 25, and then out to a loose shot.
Well, Gabriel, with the wind on his back, the flag's being stretched out in the distance. He comes in and bowls to Imlak. Imlak jumps on top of that one and plays it quietly into the offside, and there is no run. So one delivery left in the over as Gabriel marches back to his mark. He's bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And we see the flags there, the Guyana flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the Queen's Park Oval flag being stretched out. A strong breeze blowing, but it's getting a lot darker as the minutes go by.
Yes, certainly it is getting darker, and I think the umpires are looking for 40 overs in this period. That might very well
We see the ground
go through
staff
the window.
lining up again.
Yes, and they know the conditions here. They've been pointing and, look in the direction where the rain normally comes from. And Gabriel is bowling to Imlak here, who will not like to lose his wicket at all. He has done well in this part of the tournament, being played in Trinidad and Tobago. You don't want to throw away your good form that you're in.
Gabriel in, bowls. Again, he's steering it down towards the backward point position, and there is no run as another over is completed. 16 overs gone, 30 without loss. The ground staff coming onto the ground while the players going off the ground.
And this might be it for the day, because it's going to get worse as the players go off again. So it's a cat and mouse situation with the sunshine and the rain as the players head towards the pavilion and the covers head towards the pitch, with Guyana Harp Eagles 30 without loss. Chandapal is on 3, Imlak on 25, and this can be very frustrating for everyone concerned.
Yes, well, I think this might be the last time you see the players on the field today, because it's 30 without loss, and the place has gotten a lot darker. And even if the rain stops, bad light might stop play. Good afternoon again to everyone. Good afternoon to Dr. Camacho and Dr. Peter Ramcharan at the Sinclair Medical Center. Again, to the hard-working staff at the testing unit of the Sinclair Medical Center, very thank you for all the work you've done.
Yes, and we will also like to say thanks to our many sponsors from Guyana: Regal Stationery and Computer Center, Anil Hardial and family, Ricky Dearnarain from 4R, Ramesh Sunich, Cap Global, Sunich from Trophy Stall, Cap Global, Johan and Yudi, of course our friends from Canada, Archie Mohan, as well as Badesh Thakur. Thanks to all of you guys, and Big B's Restaurant and Travel Service. That's our friend from Berbice, Baksh. Thank you so much, guys.
And good afternoon to Dave West Indian Imports, Dave Narain. He's got branches in most of the states in America, sells products from Guyana, Jamaica, and Trinidad, and of course, WD Hotel and Mall that's situated in Charity just before you go over to the Pomeroon.
Yes, and thanks also to the manager of Baroda and our friend from Erica Labs, Mr. Boyle, who gave us free antigen tests as we head to Trinidad and Tobago, and Restro Lunch and Bar out of Florida as the covers continue to cover the pitch area. We're going to take another break here from Queen's Park Oval with rain once again stopping play with the Guyana Harp Eagles 30 without loss, responding to the 218 made by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Tejarine Chandapal is on 3, Imlak is on 25. So from Queen's Park, this is Inderjeet saying goodbye for now.
Okay, welcome back here to a very wet and rainy, not so pleasant conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. And unfortunately, we had a restart at about 3:45, but that only lasted about 15 to 20 minutes. And Guyana had progressed from 19 for none to 30 for none. This was after Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for earlier in the morning when we had a really nice sunny morning. We got about an hour and a half play in, where Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out for 218. And Guyana, they reached 19 without loss before we had the first rain interruption. We were so lucky to get play started again at about 3:45, but that only lasted about 20 minutes, and Guyana progressed from 19 for none to 30 for none. As we look at the scorecard there, Trinidad and Tobago 218, Guyana 30 for none. Imlak, he's been batting well. He's on 25. Chanda Paul is on 3, and no doubt they will resume tomorrow. We look at the bowling figures for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Mohammed, he bowled very well. His 5 overs, none for 9. Gabriel, he bowled quick, but at times not online, and his 5 overs cost him 12 runs. Terence Hines, he moved the ball nicely away from the right-hander. His 2 overs cost him 5. And Brian Charles, the off-spinner, had 4 overs for 4 runs. So that's the situation here. The game has been officially called off for the day. And again, with Guyana 30 for none in reply to the Trinidad and Tobago's team of score of 218. So let's hope tomorrow we can get some sun, not just in the morning period, but for the entire day, and we can get a full day's play in. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad and Tobago 218, Guyana 30 for none. Play has been officially called off for the day. Well, I'm Colin Murray on behalf of all of us here in the Jeet, Sean Divas. We're saying goodbye until tomorrow, and when we hopefully we'll have a full day's play in this final round of the West Indies Championship. Until then, it's goodbye.